Most of the action is at the center bench, so you don't want to be right behind them because you can't see their hands. So right now, let me turn this down a little. So we're going to start out the day by doing what's called pulling cane. We're going to be making a lot of striped bowls later on with fancy stripes in them. So the first order of business is to make the fancy stripes. And these fancy stripes are called cane. So we're going to make a big thick cylinder of clear glass. That's clear glass over there. We'll put a little stripe down the side, and we're going to stretch it and twist it, and it'll make a kind of a zigzag pattern. So before we make our stripe bowls, we got to make the stripes. The furnaces, we have two kinds of ovens. We have the glass furnaces. Those are the ones with the doors closed. Those run at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we have the glory holes. Those are the round ones with the doors open. Those are a little bit hotter. So 2100, just to give you a point of reference, is as hot as the hottest volcano. So having a glass furnace is kind of like having your own private volcano. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Oh, no, I guess we can't right now. So the folks that are working the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. You have Gabe Feenan at the center, who's leading the team, Jack Spitzer in the gray shirt, and Sarah Gilbert in the black shirt and shorts over on the left. These guys are all extremely talented professional glass blowers. They're employees of the museum. And the bowls that we're making today are going to be for our museum store. Hour and a half plus 25 years. 25 years to learn how to make it, hour and a half to make it. You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid 12 or younger, not older, younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's a contest, so not everybody's drawing gets made. We pick one each month. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It's free. And if you don't feel like drawing right now, you can always grab an entry form, one for each kid, and take it home and do the drawing at home and mail it in. And we have across the hall in our exhibition space, we have a large exhibition of the winners of the contest. So you get to see what other kids have done. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So it's called Kids Design.
That's pretty cool.
So all these are made from kids' drawings. You see that little girl in the center? Yeah, so she won the contest. So she's holding her drawing, and below is the glass that we made for her.
I love that. That's great. Hearts coming out the mouth.
So our team is really good at interpreting the kids' drawings. We try to make them as close as possible to what the kids drew.
What are you gonna draw? Stitch? They might get in trouble with copyright.
Yeah, uh, we won't make stuff like characters from TV or videos or things.
Oh, okay.
Not because of copyright, just because we want it to be original. We want to see what your ideas, not what you saw on TV.
Look at that stripe you put into it. Looks like a really hot hot dog.
So Jack, in the gray shirt and jeans, has made what we call a post. It's a little disc of glass. We're going to use it as a handle to stretch out the glass that Gabe is preparing. Gabe's a man in the hat. So for this design, we're not only going to stretch it, but going to twist it as well.
Just kind of hold it up. Like, stay away from these vents.
So this is called pulling cane. Each individual rod is called a cane. C-A-N-E.
Yeah, it does look like a rope, huh?
So we're going to chop that up into little pencil-sized sections, and that's what we're going to use to make the stripes in the glass.
You can tell his forearms are ready.
High five to shut down and one nice solid pile of supplies and nothing today. Plus,
You're saying Jason uses the double. He doesn't? Oh no. Oh yeah. If it's super tight.
Hello, Laddie and your Millie. So we're going to hold it up in the air for a minute, let it harden a bit, and then we're going to rest it on the wooden ladders to cool.
That was cool. Excuse me, Walt. I'm just gonna.
Do you guys have any questions?
So what kind of design are they gonna use that on?
We're going to make some bowls,
Oh, okay.
and they'll have stripes going radially.
Cool.
Hi, how are you guys? Good. Have you guys been here before? Okay. Well, why don't we just start out with a little quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass collects around the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, you let that bubble harden, and then you dip it in a second time or a third time, and just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass separately. We buy it in various forms. We buy it in bars. We buy it in little chips. We buy it in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with the color, whatever color we want the object to be, red, blue, green. We have a little video to show you how that works. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're going to be making some striped bowls with fancy stripes in them. And so the first thing we got to do is make the stripes. So we're going to pull out a really long rod with a fancy pattern in it. We'll chop it up, and then we'll melt those rods into a piece of glass to make the stripes. So the rods, the stripes are called cane, like a cane you walk on. And making the the big long rod is called pulling cane. So Gabe in the middle, Gabe Feenan, he's leading our team today. He's preparing the glass to make our fancy pattern. So he's laid one stripe down the side, and we're going to attach it to another piece of glass, and we're going to twist and pull, and we'll get a fancy pattern. Could we put up the Zamfirico slide? I think that'll help with this. So if you look up on a big screen, we have a little diagram. So we're going to stick them together, twist it, and we'll get this pattern. You guys have any questions so far?
Yeah. Does the kiln, do you keep that on 24/7?
There's two kinds of kilns. There's two kinds. There's the glass furnace, the one with the melted glass in it. That's on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are only on during the working day. So we're getting ready to pull cane. Gabe is heating up the glass that we're going to stretch out. Jack, in the gray shirt and jeans, has what we call the post. We're going to use that as a handle to stretch the glass that Gabe is preparing. The tricky part of doing this is heating it and shaping it so that it draws out evenly. We want to get as much mileage of even glass rod as we can out of the glass. So we attach it to the post, and we'll start to twist and pull. When we use these cane, we use them at about the size of a pencil. So instead of making each one individually, we make a big long one and then chop it up. Hold it up in the air for a minute, let it harden a bit, and then we'll gently rest it on the wooden ladders to cool. Got a little metal jig with a stop and a little hardened steel edge. We just rest the cane on the hardened steel edge, give it a little whack, and it cuts. Do you guys have any questions?
When you cut right now,
Yeah.
why it doesn't break like the glass in individual pieces?
Why are we cutting individual pieces? Because that's the size we use them to make the stripe designs. Well, I mean, it does shatter, but right in one place. What? It's just a hardened steel edge, like tool steel, and then we rest it on that sharp edge and give it a whack, and it cuts it right there. What? No, it's a kind of random cut, but it doesn't matter because we're going to melt all the stuff anyway. So we're going to lay out our stripe pattern on a tool called the pastorale. Can we put up picking up cane on a collar? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we lay out our stripe pattern on that ceramic plate. We take one of the steel blowpipes and we put a little ring of glass around the end and leave the hole open. And we'll use that to roll our pattern into a tube, close the end of the tube, and we'll have a bubble with the stripes in it. No. Oh yeah, I guess from that point of view, yeah. But it means, so we're going to heat that up so the canes are softened a little bit, give them a little squeeze so they all stick to each other. So then we'll have what's essentially a striped sheet. Roll it into a tube, close the end, and then we'll have a bubble with stripes in it. Oh, we can make super fancy designs. This one's pretty straightforward. Yeah, well, not for that. I mean, we're just, this, no, nope, nope. It's just very simple and straightforward. Yeah. You don't have to make more of it than it is. We just lay out our stripe pattern, roll it up. Yeah, you can make any pattern you want. And you can make very complex things where you layer patterns one over the other and you can switch the axis, you can do all sorts of things. But today we're doing it in the most straightforward way. Just make a simple stripe bowl. They don't, yeah, yeah, every once in a while we let something get too cold and it cracks, but these guys are pros, they don't fail much. Mixing temperatures? I don't know what that is. Do you guys want to come a little closer? Because you're very soft spoken and I'm having trouble. Okay. So we've put our cane pattern in this silver oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. So that oven will just preheat it a little bit, and then we'll take it to the glory hole, the round oven with the big door open, and then we'll do the full heating process. So over on the left, Gabe dipped his pipe into the molten glass. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass that Gabe has on the end of his pipe is just clear, but it's so hot it's glowing. The colors come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. We get it in powders. Usually it's an oxide or a carbonate of the metal, so it could be like cobalt carbonate, cobalt oxide, but it's got to be added when you first cook up the glass from scratch. You can't add it while you're making stuff. So it's not everything is a metal. We call it sand. You guys like complicated stuff, don't you? There's 3 main ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, so it's easier to melt, and the lime stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those 3 ingredients into the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of glass. Almost any sand anywhere will work. The whiter the sand, the clearer the glass will be. Yes, the most sand you'd find at a common beach has a slight brown tint to it. That brown tint comes from iron, and that iron will give the glass a slightly greenish tint, like you would see in an old Coke bottle. I had a friend who did. It's very unspectacular. It just makes it a slightly gray. Yeah, it's very boring. But yeah, no, I had a friend who went all over the world and tried different sands. And the results were unremarkable. So we're going to flip our stripe design so that it heats up evenly. The glory hole, the round oven, it heats more in the back than it does up front. So in order to get that thing to heat evenly, we heat it up and then we flip it and then heat it again, and that kind of evens it out. So if you just came in, we're doing what's called picking up cane. We've made some rods of colored glass, and We've laid out a stripe pattern, and we make that stripe pattern into a bubble, and we're going to make that bubble into a bowl. So, so here comes the big money move. We roll it up. We usually roll it up most of the way, but not completely. And we'll bring the two sides of the pattern together manually, so they match up nice and even. So this is called picking up cane on a collar. It's a way of getting a stripe design into a bubble. The ceramic plate that we laid out the cane on, we coat that with a clay-rich mud to prevent the glass from sticking to the ceramic plate. And so some of that little clay dust is on there. He's just brushing it off. A lot of things that we do with glass are fairly simple. Later on, when we start to shape this bowl, we're going to use a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. So we're going to have to work that tube a little bit. We want to make sure there's no gaps between the individual rods, so that because we're going to blow into it, and if we have any holes, it'll leak. And we want to smooth the outside surface. Now it's bumpy because of the individual rods. We want to make that completely smooth, so that when we dip it in the molten glass again, we won't trap any bubbles. Yes, keeping it straight. Yeah. Okay. When we do this, there's a tendency for it to twist, and it's hard to keep it straight. But Gabe is really good at this. Gabe Feenan, the man who's leading our team today, he's been blowing glass for over 30 years. Squeezing down the end of that tube, and now we have a bubble that we can blow into. And it has the stripe pattern melted in. Natural gas. The furnaces and the glory holes run on natural gas. The torches run on propane. Propane is more expensive, but it's hotter. There are glass furnaces that run on propane. It's usually in an area where natural gas is not available. So the round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. And he's now shaping that bubble with a tool called the block. The block looks like a little scoop. It's made out of wood. We store it in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So once he gets that bubble all squared away, we're going to dip it into our furnace and put another coating of clear glass so we have some more mass to make the bowl. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, manganese purple, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So it's not always the color that you would expect. There's a little more chemistry involved. So as Gabe in the center works his bubble, Jack over on the right is laying out the next stripe pattern.
Was that also made here? That
Made it about a half hour ago.
wow.
Nope, these are our museum employees.
Museum employees. Okay.
Do you guys have any questions? Good. We make what? No. That's another glass studio here in Tacoma. So now Gabe is going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass is kept at 2100 degrees. At that temperature, it has the consistency of honey. You can see as he drips the excess glass off into that can how fluid the molten glass really is. Each time we dip the bubble into the molten glass, it's called taking a gather, Gather. So depending on how big we want to make something, we could dip it in once or twice or 3 times or 5 times to get the right amount of glass. You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah Gilbert. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, will shape. So now Sarah's blowing. You can see the bubble getting bigger. Now Gabe has switched to the newspaper. The gray pad in his hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Ordinary, everyday newspaper. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see it's just regular newspaper. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks and making a sharp notch in the glass. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break it away from the metal pipe. The tool is called the jacks, and that notch is called the jack line. So Sarah's going to blow, get a little more. So this is the cane. So this is the that we made, and when it gets squeezed down flat in the bowl, it's going to make a zigzag pattern. So we're going to add a little thickness to the bottom. Just wind on a dab of molten glass, and then we'll flatten it out. We're going to make a little flat spot on the bottom of that bubble so it'll sit nicely on the table. So the bottom of the bowl is the part that's sticking out. The part that you put fruit in is still attached to the metal pipe. Does anybody have any questions? Mm-hmm. Yes. We use both. The newspaper obviously is an everyday object. We use sometimes a butter knife to sculpt with. Yeah, we have our own. You know, there's a bunch of glass tools. The jacks, those big tongs that he was squeezing with, that's only a glass thing. The wooden paddles are a glass thing. So now we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. We're going to take our tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break. And we give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. There's the water. There's the tap, and off it comes. So now the bowl is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. I think the next thing they're going to do is add a little decorative stripe to the edge of the bowl. We call this a lip wrap, Lipwrap. Jack, over on the far left, is preparing the glass for the lip wrap. We open the opening at the top just a little bit, and we're going to wind on our stripe. Having that little decorative stripe around the rim is a very typical decoration in Italian glass. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. The cane, the stripes, the lip wrap, this is all typical Venetian style. Oh, like this, Venetians like to blow glass thin and with elaborate patterns. The Swedes like to blow it thick and more kind of general solid colors. The Germans blow glass standing up. The Venetians blow glass sitting down. So it's just, it's no right or wrong. It's just, just how whatever you're used to. We're going to blow a little air into the open end of the bowl. We use a tool called the soffietta, or it means little puffer in Italian. It allows us to inflate the glass even after we've removed it from the metal pipe. Now we're going to start to widen that bowl out. We're pressing on the inside of the bowl to make it wider. Working with glass is like working on a pottery wheel or on a wood lathe. The work spins and we hold the tools against it as it spins. As we spin the glass on the rails of the bench, Gabe is shaping the outside with the newspaper. Yeah, we like to work the glass when it's really hot. We don't want to force it when it's cold. So the more you want to stay hot, as you want to do everything while it's really hot.
That's okay.
So now as we spin it, the centrifugal force pulls the sides of the bowl outward. See it getting wider as the sides spin out. And Gabe will keep them in check by leaning on the sides with the glass. With the jack, sorry. Whoop. No, oh, he wasn't using the jacks. He used a similar tool called the Parchophy. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in our annealing oven where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. What?
How long is very slowly?
Overnight, like I just said.
12 hours.
16 hours if you want to get. So we'll start at 5 and it'll be ready in the middle of next morning. We'll put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the bowl itself. We'll give the pipe a tap. It should release. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we'll take it to our annealing oven where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Jack Spitzer. Has anybody got any questions? You're welcome. Do you have a question? What's your question?
I watched these videos on YouTube before.
Oh, cool. I think it's more fun to watch it live, don't you? Which do you like better, watching it now or watching it on YouTube? You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing once a month. We pick one of the drawings and we make whatever you drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for the museum collection. It's a contest, so not everybody gets picked. But there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. Just go there, do your drawing, fill out your contact information.
Maybe you get gone and make the Death Star, huh? It's on the Star Wars.
Okay? You draw whatever you want.
Does it have to look like real glass?
No. It could look like anything. It could look like a monkey, or it could look like a spaceship. Whatever you want to draw.
You want to go out there and do that?
Hold up before you go. Wait 1 second. Can we put up some of the kids' designed stills? So look up on the big screen. So these are some of the sculptures we made from the kids' drawings.
That's pretty cool, huh? Anyway.
I'll do one.
Cool.
We're gonna do a drawing.
We'll call you up, you bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you.
Let's do it
Just
then.
like you notify them and then
Yeah, we call you, a couple of weeks before.
you gotta go draw it first. Yeah. Let's go draw it.
You
I've been drawing.
bring the whole family
I've
down,
drawn that before.
and we'll make it right in front of you.
Okay, yeah. He's the artistic kind.
Okay. So what we're going to do next is we're going to make some more of these fancy stripes, these cane. And this process is called pulling cane. It's going to take a little bit. So we're going to use two colors. Jack over on the left and Sarah in the center are heating up bars of colored glass. No, they're going to put white glass, and then they're going to put a transparent color over that. So Sarah has the white glass. Jack over on the left has a transparent color. We're going to coat the white with a color. Gabe in the center is going to make a cylinder of clear glass, solid cylinder of clear glass. We're going to put one stripe along the edge And then when we twist it, it's going to make a little twisted zigzag pattern. You guys have any questions? He's making the cane, the fancy stripes, and we're going to use those to make a bowl. Bowl, not a vase. Bowl like you put fruit in. Yeah. So now Gabe in the hat is going over to the furnace. He's going to collect some clear glass out of the furnace. Each time we dip into the furnace, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. Sarah in the black shirt and shorts is preparing some colored glass. And we're going to have a cylinder of clear glass. We're going to put one stripe down the side of it, and then we're going to heat it up and twist it and stretch it, and we're going to end up with something like this. So it's going to, when we kind of melt it all together, it's going to make kind of a zigzag pattern. This is not the bowl itself. This is just the stripes that will decorate the bowl. Each time we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it gets the pipes hot. So we take them over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Now Gabe is shaping the glass. The pad in his hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Lay a little colored stripe down the side of that cylinder. Sarah's preparing the glass for the colored stripe. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Up. Hi. How hot? The glass, when it comes straight out of the furnace, is 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And as soon as we pull it out, it starts to drop. So now Gabe is preparing the glass to get stretched so we can make our cane. The canes are rods of glass, either plain or patterned, that we use to make stripes in other objects. So we use them in the size of a pencil. Instead of making each one individually, we're going to make a big long one and then chop it up. Jack, in the gray shirt and jeans, has made a little disc of glass called the post. We're going to use it as a handle to stretch the glass that Gabe has prepared. Attach it to the post. I'm going to twist it and pull it. We sometimes refer to this as twisty cane. So we want to get as much footage as we can out of each pull. We want to make it as even as possible. So we'll leave it on those wooden ladders to cool. And eventually, we have a little metal jig, and we'll chop it up into this size. And we're going to use them to make stripes in our bowl. Five or 10 minutes. We basically wait till it's cool to the touch. Could we put up picking up cane on a collar? So we have a little diagram, show you how we use these cane, these stripes. We lay our stripe pattern out on a ceramic plate. We heat it up in the round oven, the glory hole, till they get a little bit soft. And we give them a little squeeze and all the little rods stick together. So we have what's basically a stripe sheet. And then we roll that up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we have a bubble with stripes in it. And we can make that into anything we want. Today we're going to make it into a wide, shallow bowl. Here we go. Roll it up. Usually we roll it up most of the way, not all the way, and then we manually bring the two sides of the pattern together so they match perfectly. Now we're going to shape that tube up on the metal table. The metal table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. We generally want to keep this, we want to make sure there's no gaps between the individual cane, so because we're going to blow into it, we don't want any leaks. We also want to make the surface smooth. This takes a little practice because we want, with this design, we want to keep those rods straight. You want the design to be straight stripes radiating radially from the center. Hi. How are you guys?
We're good.
You guys have any?
Do you have any questions? We're going to go to the studio after we are here for a while.
Yeah, whatever you want.
So do you have any questions?
What happens? You put it in cold water. That's the best thing for a burn.
Yeah. Yeah. So where's the, now, do most of your people come from the Pilchuck School?
No, I mean, Pilchuck School is just a place where you go for a couple of weeks at a time, like for seminars. So they don't really, it's not a school you graduate from.
As far as learning how to do this?
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
what,
but
she
so
wanted to go,
kind of specialized professional training. It's not like a college.
yeah, yeah, I knew that, but like if she wanted to learn how to be a glass blower,
Here, do you live here in Tacoma?
we live in Olympia.
Um, well, there's an association called the Glass Art Society. They're like an association for glass blowers. If you call them up and tell them where you live, they'll tell you if there's anything in your area.
Okay, Glass Blowers Association, thank you.
Glass Art Society.
Glass Art Society,
Yeah, if you put that in Google, it comes right up. So now we've closed up that striped tube, and we now have a striped bubble. Over here, just to the right of center, Jack is chopping up our cane. We have a little metal jig with a hardened steel edge. You rest the cane onto the hardened steel edge and give it a little whack with something heavy, and it cuts the cane. We're cutting it into a sort of pencil-sized section, and that's what we use to decorate the glass. So in the center, Gabe is letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And we're going to put a coating of clear glass on top of that. Yes. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look straight ahead, you see the machine with the door closed. If you look up on the big screen, that's what it looks like inside. Yeah, so there's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass we keep at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like a big giant crock pot full of honey.
I got a question too. This stone is so big, and also why is it tilting on its side a little?
Okay, two things. Why is it so big? The whole building acts like a giant chimney to take all the hot air from the furnaces up and out the top. And why is it tilted? Well, we want to have more floor space. If we just made a straight up cone, we just have a little circle. If we tilt it, we make it an ellipse, which has more space to accommodate the theater seats, and we have another shop behind there. So the tilting, if you tilt the cone and cut it, it makes a bigger area.
Where was glass originated at?
The earliest man-made glass we know of came from Iraq, where Iraq is today. Glass blowing started in the area where Syria and Lebanon is now. Glass blowing is a little more than 2,000 years old.
How long has it been? How long has it been since it started?
About 2,000 years, roughly. It's like lava. Glass is melted sand, and lava is melted rocks.
But how did they get this stuff?
How do you get sand?
No, how did they get,
Go to the beach with a shovel.
how did they make the orange stuff?
The orange stuff, that's clear glass. You mean inside? That inside, the orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. Did you ever look inside a toaster? When it's on, the wires glow orange? No? Have you ever seen a...
It should be like really burning fire.
There's fire in there, but it makes the whole inside of that so hot that it glows orange.
Silica sand, is it? Or any kind of sand?
Any kind of sand will make glass. The whiter the sand is, the clearer the glass will be. But you could go to your local beach with a shovel, and that sand would make glass.
Well, I can go to the beach and get a shovel full of sand and heat it up.
Yep.
Not glass. Not pretty.
So Gabe is shaping his bubble using a pad of wet newspaper, just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So we're going to be making this striped bubble into a big, wide, shallow bowl. So now Gabe, in the hat, is going over to our furnace. He's going to dip his bubble into the big tank of molten glass. Do you guys have any questions? Gabe's dripping off the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace.
It'll be in September, so who the hell, who knows when.
So Sarah, sitting to the left of the workbench, she's the person that's blowing. She blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions? So Sarah's blowing. You can see the bubble getting bigger. Gabe is shaping it as Sarah blows. Gabe is blowing some compressed air on the narrow part to stiffen it a little bit.
What happens if you while you're trying to put it into the cup and it falls?
Then we pull it out.
Pull it out. Reshape it, I guess.
What if it falls into the cup?
Into the kiln and pull it out.
Okay.
Not a big deal.
Good to know. Okay, now you see that shaping.
You notice that one of the glass blowers is holding a wooden paddle in front of the other glass blower's arm. That's to shield him from the heat. I'm going to add a little molten glass to the bottom to make it thicker. So we're getting close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly. So we will take the bowl off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at 890 degrees all day long, if that's Fahrenheit. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. So this bowl that we're making right now will be ready tomorrow morning. If we just made this right now and put it on the table, let it cool on its own, it would crack. We're going to take the bowl off the metal rod. Jack, in the sweatshirt and jeans, he's going to carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven. When he grabs that bowl, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll cool it very slowly overnight. The gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. They'll protect his hands for the short trip to the annealer. A few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the bowl itself. The water will crack that joint. A little tap will release it. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And then into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Jack Spitzer, and Sarah Gilbert.
ते बघू आणि त्याच्यात डिसाईड करू.
त्यांनी काय रिस्पॉन्ड नाही केला. ते अजून एवढं व्यवस्थित चालू नाही त्यावेळेला चांगलं करत होते विचार आले बाजारला.
उगाचच जाळ्यात ठेवलंय उगाच.
So, welcome to the Museum of Glass. We have our Museum of Glass hot shop team, and what we're doing is called pulling cane. Canes are rods of glass, so they're plain or patterned. We melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. So the first thing we got to do is make our stripes. When we use them in about this size, but instead of making each one individually, we're going to stretch out a long one that's maybe 30 feet long, and then we'll chop it up to get a bunch of them. So Gabe in the center is preparing the glass for our cane pull. He's putting a stripe on one side. And when we heat that up and stretch it, we're not only going to stretch it this way, we're going to stretch and twist. And we'll get a pattern that looks like this. So when it flattens out, it'll kind of look like a zigzag pattern. So Gabe's going to get his glass really hot. Gabe is the man in the hat. Jack in the gray shirt and jeans is going to make a little disc of glass called the post. We're going to stick the two together and stretch them out and twist, and we'll have our fancy cane. So these are going to eventually become stripes in a wide, shallow bowl that we'll be making next. The trick when pulling cane is to heat it up and shape it properly so that it draws out evenly. So we don't want a thick spot and a thin spot. We want the cane to be as even as possible. Our team here are very experienced, especially Gabe, so everything should work just fine. So Jack's coming over with the post, Jack in the gray shirt and jeans. So we're going to use the post as a handle to stretch and twist our glass. So here we go. Attach it to the post. Now we start to twist. Glass has an amazing ability to stretch. It's kind of like a big taffy pull.
Why doesn't the heat go all the way down the pole so that,
A couple of reasons. One, the rods are really long, so they have a lot of surface area compared to their mass. If you think about your own home, if you think about a frying pan on the stove, the handle is maybe 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long. There's a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. Also, glass is an insulator, so once we coat the end of the rod with glass, it's protected from the direct heat of the furnace. So we'll hold it up in the air for a minute, let it stiffen up a bit, and then we'll rest it on the wooden ladders on the floor to cool. So we'll chop them up to this size, about, and we'll use it in this size to make the stripes in our bowl. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Does anybody have any questions? To make stripes, fancy stripes. So if we want to have a stripe in a bowl like that. You guys have any questions?
We came in late. What's that going to be used for?
Make stripes.
Big stripes? Okay.
Each rod will be one stripe in the bowl. Could we put up picking up cane on a collar? So this is how we use these cane. We lay out our stripe pattern on a ceramic plate. We heat the ceramic plate up so that the rods are a little bit soft. We give them a little squeeze so they stick together. Then we have what's essentially a stripe sheet. We roll that up into a tube, close the end of that tube, And then we have a bubble with stripes in it. And we can make that into anything we want. We can make it into a bowl, a cup, a lampshade, whatever. This is called picking up cane on a collar, like a collar of your shirt. Gabe in the center is making the collar. These folks who are blowing the glass are Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're all really talented glass blowers. Gabe, who's leading our team today, has been blowing glass for 30 plus years. To the left, Jack has pulled out the ceramic plate with our stripe pattern on it. That tool is called the pastorale. Looks like something that came out of a pizza oven. And we'll heat up those canes, those rods of glass, till they're a little bit soft, and we'll give them a squeeze and stick them all together. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So we're going to flip our pattern so that it heats evenly. The round oven where we're heating it up, the glory hole, it's hotter in the back than it is in the front. So in order to get it to heat evenly, we heat it up, then we pull it out, flip it around, heat it up again, and that evens out the heat. The whole building acts as a giant chimney. You're basically sitting inside a giant chimney. So there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnace. So here's the big money move right here, where we roll up our stripe pattern. We roll it up most of the way, leave a little gap, and we'll manually bring that gap together so that the pattern matches perfectly. Now we've got to work on that tube a little bit. We have the stripes in there. We want to make sure there's no gaps between the individual rods so that when we blow in there, it doesn't leak. And we want to make the surface smooth so that when we dip it into the molten glass to get more glass around it, it doesn't trap any bubbles. So there'll be a little bit of back and forth and shaping it on that steel table to get it all closed up and smooth. One of the difficulties of doing this is keeping those rods straight. You don't want to let them, for this design, you don't want to let them twist. Ooh, that's a good one. Let's try that shot again when he's got the pattern all blown out. You can hear the sound, little click, 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 click. That's all the individual rods against the metal table. Once he's got it smooth and rolls it on the table, you won't hear that sound anymore. You guys have any questions?
One question I did wonder, how long does it take? Just a couple minutes for that rod to cool down?
For what? For the about 5 or 10 minutes,
5 or 10 minutes?
depending on how thick it is.
Okay.
So how thick of a steel table do they have to use?
I'd say that thing's about I don't know, inch and a half, 2 inches. The thing is, you don't want it to warp from the heat of the molten glass on it. It's thick because to keep it stiff.
How much time do you get out of a steel table? I imagine eventually.
Forever.
So it would work forever?
Forever.
When
Once-
the remodel and stuff comes with refurbishing and stuff, what are they going to do down here?
Nothing. Everything's gonna happen in the exhibition spaces. Everything is gonna be renovated in the exhibition spaces. Nothing's gonna happen in this shop. I think they might do a little fixing of our storage, but not here in the main. This is our shop is already pretty deluxe. So. Yeah. So we've closed up the end of that tube. Now we have a bubble with stripes in it. And we can make that into anything we want. Today we're going to be making it into a wide, shallow bowl.
What is the temperature of the glass when it's ready to be blown?
The glass in the furnace is 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And as soon as we pull it out, the temperature starts to drop. So now Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. Gabe is the man sitting at the workbench. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Now Gabe has switched to the newspaper. That gray pad in his hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, you can see that it's just regular, everyday newspaper. The one on the bottom is a brand new one. The one on the top is one that's been used for a little while. Now Gabe in the hat is going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,100 degrees is about as hot as the hottest volcano. Gabe is shaping it with a block. We have those blocks in a variety of sizes to accommodate different size bubbles. You guys have any questions?
Is the wood, does it have to be a specific type, like hardwood versus pine?
It's usually some kind of fruit wood, apple, pear, cherry. The woods of fruit trees are fairly dense and they don't have much resin, so it doesn't smoke. So it burns slowly because it's dense, and it doesn't smoke because the fruit woods don't have much resin. Kind of depends on where you live. Like in Germany, I guess they make a lot of them out of pear. Here in Washington, we make a lot of them out of cherry. So you notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass while Gabe shapes the glass with the newspaper. The newspaper is one of our most important tools. We've only been using it in the glass shop since the 1950s. But it turns out to be very handy. Yeah, it's called flame working. You use a table-mounted torch and pre-made rods and tubes. You don't have a big pot of molten glass like this. And you mostly used for smaller things. It's used for making scientific apparatus for laboratories, and they also use it right now for making a lot of pot pipes. We're going to add a little dollop of molten glass to the bottom, make a little spot in the center a little thicker. We're going to flatten the bottom of the bowl using a wooden paddle. So the bottom of the bowl that sits on the table is the part sticking out. The part you put fruit into is still attached to the pipe. Do you guys have any questions?
What were they doing when they were shoving the middle of the bottom? They were putting that on everything.
Oh, the paddle is flattening the bottom of the bowl. That's the part that's going to sit on the table.
How are they going to pull that thing out?
We're going to get another pipe, and we're going to attach it to the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from Gabe's pipe. And it'll break it off. It'll leave a little hole in the top. We'll spread that out, and it'll become a bowl. So now we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it was originally blown on, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold that bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. When they feel that bond is strong enough, Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip water onto the place where he wants the glass to break, and give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. Here he goes. He drips the water off those tweezers onto the spot where we want to break it. There's a little tap, and off it comes. So now the bowl is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. We're going to add a little decorative stripe to the rim of the bowl. Gabe's going to heat that up. He's going to widen the opening a little bit, and then we're going to wind on a little stripe. The stripe is called a lip wrap, L-I-P-W-R-A-P, and it's a classical Venetian style decoration. Here in the Northwest, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. Since that time, we work pretty much the way they work in Venice. There's a few little local variations, but this is pretty much the kind of glass blowing you would see if you went to Venice. It's much, well, it's soft. It's not like hard clay. It's like soft clay. More like soft clay when you're throwing a pot on a pottery wheel. Over on the left, Jack is coming over with the glass for the lip wrap. He'll bring it to Gabe. Gabe will wind on a nice little stripe right around the opening. This shape that we're going to make, this wide, shallow bowl shape, is actually a difficult shape to make. It's not something the glass wants to do naturally, so we have to coax it a little bit at a time to make it do that. Some things in glass which look simple are hard, and some things which look hard are simple. This particular shape is a hard shape to make. It's hard to make it nicely. I mean, you can make it funky, but to make it nicely, it's difficult. Chris, could we try that that glory hole shot? I guess the glassblower's head is in the way. Over on the right, Jack is getting the rods of colored glass, the cane, the stripes, ready for the next bowl. So at this point, the glass is quite soft, and just the spinning of the pipe will make the sides flare out, and he'll keep them in check, either with the newspaper or with the jacks. Sarah's holding a wooden paddle across the front to make the top straight. Gabe is leaning on the sides with those metal tongs called the jacks. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We have two annealers, big black ovens, at opposite sides of the studio. We place everything we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. That overnight cooling is good enough for most things we make, but as we make things that are thicker, we cool it over longer periods. Jack has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven. Once again, we're going to use water to get the glass bowl off the metal rod. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the bowl itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. It's always good to warm the glass up before we drip the water on. Gabe's dipping his tweezers in the water. We drip the water off the points of those tweezers onto that joint. That'll crack that joint. And just a light tap should release it. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. We'll carry it to our annealing oven where it will be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Jack Spitzer. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them.
When we get back, we'll pick up where we left with full cane and then
Great. Say what? No, just for the morning. We're going to take our lunch. We'll be back in an hour, 2 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. Are you still up there, Chris? Can we put up picking up cane on a collar? Let's see if my AV guy left. Oh, I guess he must not be there. Okay. Oh, there it is. Thank you. So we may take rods of glass called cane, and we lay out our stripe pattern on a ceramic plate. We heat it up till all the little rods stick together. And then we roll them up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we have a bubble with the stripes in it. Yes?
Walter, John McComish.
Oh, John, how are you?
Pretty good, you?
I'm in.
Cindy?
Hi, Cindy. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
That over the railing.
You doing okay?
Yeah. I'm sort of. I got cataracts now.
Oh,
That's why.
Oh, dear.
Welcome to being old, huh?
Thank God, yes.
We were at a wedding last night. The bride's stepmother fell.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're going to have our resident team of glass blowers working. We're going to be making some fancy striped bowls. The process that we're going to do first, before we make the bowls, we're going to make the stripes themselves. Oh, no cane? Oh, well, scratch that. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what our furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in various forms. We buy it separately. Could we put up the color bar photo? So this is what we call color bar. We buy it from two companies in Germany. They make almost 200 different colors. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the color bar, and then we coat that initial bubble with red glass or blue glass, whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video. We'll show you how that's done. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we apply the color in this manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. So this next bowl we're going to make is going to be striped. I thought we were going to make some stripes, but that turns out we're not. So we make these rods. These are called cane, C-A-N-E. As you just saw Gabe do, we lay them out on a ceramic plate. We heat them up till they're kind of soft and stick to each other. And then we roll them up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and we have a bubble with stripes in it. Can we put up picking up cane on a collar? So if you look up there, we have a little diagram. And so we can make any kind of stripe design that we want. And we can make a bubble out of it. So the folks that are blowing glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Leading our team today at the center, the man with the hat, Gabe Feenan. The man in the gray shirt and jeans, Jack Spitzer, and Sarah Gilbert in the shorts and the black shirt. These guys are all incredibly talented glass blowers. They make it look easy, which it's not. I can tell you from experience. And so I'll try to keep you posted as they do stuff. Does anybody have any questions right away? Okay, we'll continue. So now that Gabe has picked up the cane, the rods of colored glass, he's going to shape that into a nice tube. We've got to make sure that there's no gaps between the individual canes because we're going to blow into that. There'd be a leak. And we're going to want to smooth the surface of that out so that it's the bubble is nice and smooth, and when we dip it into the molten glass again, we don't trap any bubbles in the glass. The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? You can see the diagram up on the big screen. There's no glass in the glory holes. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So now Gabe in the center is squeezing the end of that tube. We'll close it off. And now we have a bubble that we can blow into. And it has the stripe pattern melted into the surface. Okay, are the glory holes in the furnaces kept on all night long? The furnaces are on 24/7. The glory holes are only on during the working day. So we light them up an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. No. How do you become a glassblower? Same way you become anything else, school and work. There's about 50 art colleges across the nation that have glass in their art departments. Here in Tacoma, we have a middle school and high school program in glassblowing in the public schools. It's very unusual, but we do have it here. It's called the Hilltop Artist Program. And a number of people, for instance, Gabe, who's leading our team today, he learned entirely at work. He got a job in his early 20s in a Bay Area glass shop and knowing nothing about glass, and now he's a fantastic glass blower 30 years later. So right now, Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Now, he switched to the newspaper. One of our most important shaping tools is just a pad of wet newspaper, just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. So Gabe's going to come over and show you the pattern from our cane. All the colors that you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. You won't see the true colors again until the piece is cold. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it gets the pipes hot. So we take them over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So that bubble, it appears orange now. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. When that cools off, it'll be clear glass with purple stripes in it. £3, something like that, plus another 8 for the pipe. So you'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person who's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. So that's Sarah Gilbert. So you can see she's blowing now, and you can see the bubble getting bigger. Do you guys have any questions? Do I know who invented glassblowing? No. We think it was invented in the area where Syria and Lebanon is now, but we don't know the name of the person. So glassblowing is about 2,000 years old. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. And he's squeezing the glass as we turn the pipe and making a notch in there. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. You'll notice that his assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm. That's to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we place the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. When he holds it up in the air like that, it makes the shape shorter and wider. How hard do you have to blow? When you're making something small like this, I would compare it to blowing up a balloon. So there's a little resistance, but nothing an average person couldn't do. The only time it gets really hard is when we're blowing something really big, maybe 40, 50 pounds of glass, and then it takes some effort to move that. If you're here with kids today, we have a contest called Kids Design Glass. Any kid 12 and younger can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It doesn't cost anything. So if you're here with little kids, I encourage you to enter the contest. So now we're going to add a little dollop of molten glass to reinforce the bottom a little bit. So the glass that we just added is clear. But you see when he brought it over, it appears to be orange. That's the glow from the heat. The glass itself is made out of 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those three ingredients into the big furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, you have a tank full of glass. Nope, because we don't have a picture of what they're making. I'm sorry, we haven't made it yet, so we can't take a picture of it. They know pretty much in their head what they're making. What? It's a bowl. I thought I told you that earlier. Yeah, but we don't have. We're not working from a drawing. We're working from Gabe's head.
There's some bowls like this in the store if you guys want to see them.
So we transferred the bowl from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty holds the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. Working with glass is like working on a lathe, a wood lathe or a metal lathe. The work spins and we hold the tools against it as it spins. We're going to open the top up a little bit where we broke it off the metal pipe. It leaves a little hole. We're going to widen that a little bit, and then we're going to add a decorative stripe. Jack in the gray shirt and jeans is going to come over with another piece of purple glass, and we're going to make a little stripe around the rim. This is called a lip wrap, L-I-P-W-R-A-P, and it's a standard decoration for Venetian glass. Here in the Northwest, we work pretty much in the style of Venice. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And so the way that we blow glass here is pretty much what you would see if you went to Venice. Do you guys have any questions? We're gonna blow a little air into the opening to give that bowl a little fuller and rounder shape. Do you guys in this section have any questions? Yes. We try to keep the tables clean. Not that much sticks to glass when it's hot, so it's not really a big problem. It's possible. Can we stop in the middle? It's possible. We try not to do it. We try to finish everything in one sitting if possible. There's always a chance when you cool it down and heat it up again that you might crack it. So there's certain techniques where we do need to cool it down and then heat it up again, but most of the time we finish stuff in one sitting. This wide, shallow bowl shape is actually a particularly hard shape to make. It's not something glass wants to do by itself, so we have to sort of coax it. A lot of things in glass that look simple are hard. A lot of things in glass that look hard are simple. Now, that glass is very soft, and as we spin it, the sides of the glass flare out just with centrifugal force. And so Gabe is leaning on the outside, he's sort of keeping it in check as it flares outward. If you look at the glass through the light of the glory hole, you can see the patterning more clearly. Sarah's holding a wooden paddle across the top to keep it nice and straight. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. These big black ovens on each side of the studio are called annealers. They're electric kilns. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects that we make during the day in there, and then at night they have a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just took this off the metal rod and placed it on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So we're pretty much done. We're going to take the bowl off the metal rod. In order to get the glass off the metal rod, we're going to drip some water on the joint between the bowl and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the steel pole will release it. If you look to the right, you'll see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven. The gloves that he's wearing are Kevlar gloves. When he grabs that bowl, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. It'll no longer change shape. And we'll put it in our annealer, and it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. In the morning, it'll be ready to use. Here we go. Gabe's going to take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the bowl itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the steel pole will release it. There's the water. There's the tap. We'll melt a little spot on the bottom where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we'll take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Jack Spitzer, and Sarah Gilbert. Any questions? 30 years of working. Gabe, what?
We saw your stuff in the museum. Pretty impressive.
Oh, thank you.
We didn't know. We didn't know when we were sitting here the first time this morning.
Oh, okay.
We didn't realize.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, it depends. We do all sorts of different things. These we're making for our museum store across the hall. We do commissions. We have guest artists come in from all over the world, Japan, Italy, France, Sweden. So, and they work with our team. If they're not glass makers themselves, they come up with designs, and our team makes their designs. So we've had painters, ceramicists, basket makers, all sorts of folks. So we're going to start the next bowl. Sarah, over on the left, she's going to blow a small bubble of clear glass. Jack, in the gray shirt and jeans, is going to pick up a rod of colored glass, and we're going to coat Sarah's bubble with the colored glass. We almost always blow in teams. There's a limited amount of things you can do by yourself, but it's pretty limited. I would say our standard team is three people. But there's some complicated projects we could have as much as 8 people.
How old glass making is? You never talk about another 2,000 years of glass. Well, I think glass blowing. No, but how come you don't mention there are other? Yeah, I just think it's an interesting fact that people have been working with glass twice as long as that. Yeah. You know, they make really cool things.
But I'll
Yeah.
make a point of saying it more.
You're like hating on the chloroform vessels.
No.
Or the Millie guys.
No.
No, I'm just curious.
Sometimes
I think it's kind of interesting. Yeah, they say glass blowing, but they're not. But they're also not. They call everything glass. Like if we were making a horse, it's still glass.
sometimes they
you
ask
know?
me, when do you blow? When do you start
Yeah.
blowing?
Yeah. No, I'm just curious why you never mentioned that. I just think it's kind of interesting. I find it fascinating.
Sometimes, but could say it more.
And just so that one can cool it up, they would chop it and all that. And then that should be the last.
So we're going to make some more of those striped bowls. And so the first thing we got to do in the process is make the stripes. So the stripes are called cane, C-A-N-E. And they're rods like this. We can make them plain, we can make them fancy. And each rod will become one stripe in the final piece. Glass blowing in general is really hard. Why it's hard? I'm trying to think how you would say that. It's like any skill, like ice skating or playing a violin. It feels really foreign to you when you first start. It doesn't really feel quite like anything else you've done. So getting used to that, getting used to the heat. The glass, when it's really hot, is really floppy, and sort of becoming confident to be comfortable with the glass flopping around. That takes time. I don't know what else to say. Nope. Blowing is absolutely not dangerous. There's no chemicals or gases coming off the glass that could hurt you. When the air reaches the other side of the pipe, it's not even warm when you put your mouth on the pipe and blow. So no, that's it's not, the danger. The real danger in this shop is nothing that you would expect, nothing that common sense would lead you to believe. It's not getting cut. It's not getting burned. It's not breathing chemicals. The real danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries. From the constant turning of the pipe, from the weight being so far out on the end of that pole. A lot of the older glass blowers end up with carpal tunnel, tennis elbow, those kinds of things from the the stress. What?
Regular exercise will keep you healthy. I have had tennis elbow, but
There you go. So over on the far left, Sarah and Jack are preparing the colored glass for the stripes. They're going to make, they're going to take a white colored glass and they're going to coat it with a transparent color, I think purple, and that'll be the kind of wiggly stripes that you see in this rod. What are the hardest colors? Well, we buy all our colors, so we don't cook them up ourselves. Yes. Well, gold colors are very expensive. There's some of the ruby reds and the violets are made with gold, so they're very expensive. There's some tricky colors. There's one called aventurine that has little sparkles in it. There's a mineral called aventurine that has little sparkles in it as well. It's meant to imitate that. And that's a difficult color to make, and it's also, you have to be very careful that you don't heat it up too much because all the little sparkles can disappear. Reds are sometimes, some of the reds are a little finicky. Again, if you heat them up too much, they go brown. We buy all our colors from two companies in Germany, and they deal with the difficult formulations. They are. They are. So that's hit us. Our colors have gotten more expensive. There's been a couple of attempts to make color companies here in the United States, but none of them have really lasted. I don't really know why. I guess some of them have run into issues with EPA because the pigments that make the colors are toxic chromium for green, cobalt for blue, arsenic is one of the elements they use. But so far, the German companies, they've been around for like, I don't know, 150 years. And they sort of got it down, and I guess they're good with their government.
You said that they were trained by Italian masters.
Mm-hmm.
Is there another region of the world besides Italy that has an approach to glass making that other people copy?
There's other country traditions, but like the Czechs have a long history of glass making, but none of those have really affected the glass blowing here. The Czech style, pretty much stays in the Czech Republic. It hasn't really transferred to other countries. Most of the European glass traditions started with people from Venice, even over there. We can trace a lot of the sophisticated traditions in Sweden, in England, to Italian glass blowers. Czechs blow glass standing up. We blow glass sitting down. I talked to one Czech master, and he said they don't sit down because they know they just have to get up again. So, but well, we use it, but we don't have sandblast. We have our sandblasting equipment is in the basement. We don't demo it here now.
How do you feel about the exhibit in your room?
Of my work? Oh, I'm psyched about it. Thank you, thank you. I feel lucky to have that.
Did you have to produce a lot for the exhibit?
Yes, well, all the drawings were originally, I've done them on the floor of the hot shop, and so we can't take a jackhammer and cut the concrete out, and so I had to recreate all the drawings in the exhibit, just specifically for the exhibit.
How was that process for you to recreate?
It was interesting. We had to create panels that could hold the chalk, and we're sort of moderately successful. They're not as nice as the floor here for the chalk. The floor is really the best. But I had to adjust my style. For instance, we use chalk paint, and we add some grit to it to give it a little extra grip. To get the really bright colors, the chalk paint doesn't hold the bright colors the way the floor does, and so I would have to draw it and then spray fixative on it to hold it down and put another layer on and do that multiple times to get all the bright colors. Yeah, no, I think they look good. I'm psyched about it. I feel privileged to have the chance to show that stuff.
They said a lot of nice things about you.
What?
They said a lot of nice things about you.
Oh, thank you. Well, when you want to make, let's say you want to make a transparent blue and an opaque blue. If you put cobalt in the glass, that'll make a transparent blue. If you put something that makes white and cobalt, you get an opaque blue. So something like tin and antimony makes a white. So if you make tin, antimony, and cobalt, it'll be blue, but it'll be an opaque blue that you can't see through. Yeah, glass color is not as straightforward as paint. There's chemistry involved. If you cook up the glass with copper, if you cook it one way, it turns blood red. If you cook it a different way, it turns turquoise blue. I don't know if you want to get into the chemistry of it, but.
Is that part of learning to be a glass blower? Do you have to learn?
No, very few people. Well, in my day, when I was blowing glass, a lot of people made their own colors. That's not so common today. We mostly buy them from two companies in Germany. But yeah, very few people. We're making the cane. This is called pulling cane. So when we use the rods, we use them in a size like this. So instead of making each one individually, we make a really long one and then we chop it up. So we're going to make it maybe 25, 30 feet long. What? No, that's for cooling. When we lay the glass rod down to cool, that lets the air get under it so it cools evenly. No, not when we make thin rods. It doesn't have to go in the annealing oven. When we make thicker ones, we do have to anneal them. So they'll hold it in the air for a minute, let it set up a bit, and then they'll rest it on the wooden ladders to cool.
Is that getting harder and harder for him to twist as it's going?
Yes.
Cooling.
Yeah, glass, if you think of glass like wax, when wax gets hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it gets stiff again. Glass is the same way. So you only have a short period when it's really soft. You'll see when they're working, they heat the glass up in the glory hole, they sit down, they do a minute or so of shaping and blowing, and they have to return to the glory hole and heat it up again. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, work on it a little bit, put it in the fire, soften it again. That's sort of the same routine that you'll see here.
Still perfectly regular, it looks like.
That's called skill.
They've done it before.
No, if you have to shape it properly and distribute the heat properly so that it draws out evenly. It takes some practice.
I could do it.
We're going to do another cane pull. That's what we call these things, cane. Gabe in the hat has gotten clear glass out of the furnace. We're going to put we make a thick cylinder of glass. We're going to put one stripe of color on the side, and then when we twist it, we'll get this kind of pattern. So when it's melted into the glass, it'll make like a kind of a zigzag pattern. Yeah.
When you can feel the, can't see the indentation, but you can feel it.
Yeah, so it's
Should I pass it back?
sure. So those are called cane. We make some that are just straight one color for a single stripe. We also make fancy ones that have all sorts of twisted patterns in them.
Behind you, behind you.
Oh, there. So when we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it makes the metal pipes hot. And when they're hot, we take them over to there's a trough called the pipe cooler. We rest the pipe in the trough and spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So Sarah's going to come over with the colored glass. And we're going to lay a stripe on one side. So Gabe's going to melt that in, and when we stretch it and twist it, that'll create the design. What Gabe is doing now is what's going to determine whether it draws out evenly or not. The way he heats it and shapes it, if he does it correctly, which I'm sure he'll do, when we start to pull it, it'll dry out very evenly. So Jack in the gray shirt and jeans has made a little disc of glass called the post. And we're going to use that as a handle to grab the glass that Gabe is preparing, and that'll enable us to stretch it and twist it.
Do all my own brakes and stuff. It's not that hard on the new cars, but anything like when you open the hood, you just have to move so much stuff around.
Once they have it stretched and twisted, we'll hold it in the air for a bit, let it harden a bit, and then we'll lay it down on the wooden ladders to cool. Once that's cooled down, we'll chop it up, and then we'll have our canes to make the next piece. So we've got a little metal jig. It's got a little hardened steel edge. And we just lay the cane over it, whack it, and it cuts it. It's got a little stop at the end so we get them all the same length. No, that glass picks up iron from the heads of the pipes, so we just toss that. If we have clear waste, we can recycle that. That can be busted up, washed, and can be added to our batch, our ingredients. So we might say, when we fill up the furnace, we might have 75% new ingredients and 25% old glass. The glass that we use is different than the glass that goes into a bottle. The glass that goes into a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make a couple of hundred bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. So it's similar in chemistry, but the proportions are different. Now we're going to lay out our stripe pattern on that plate. Can we put up, picking up cane on a collar? So we lay out our stripe pattern on that ceramic plate. We put it in the glory hole, heat it up till the canes are a little soft, give them a little squeeze so they all stick together. Then we take a pipe that has a little ring of glass around it called a collar, like a collar on your shirt. And we use that to roll that into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we have a bubble with a stripe pattern in it. And that's what we're going to use to make our bowl. All those diagrams you see in my original.
From the floor.
Yeah, from the floor. These are all, those are all the ones you see on the screen or ones I've done on the floor.
When you started, had you planned on doing that? Or did you
No,
just
no, I didn't. I just have the job of explaining glass to people, and a picture always helps. It's hard to explain some of these things in words. So I started to draw on the floor, and I kind of got carried away with it a little bit.
Just gotta sit in the garage for a couple minutes.
She's a professor at Emporia State with the glass, and I think
Nick Davis went there.
Yeah, Nick joined me.
oh, cool.
We have another Emporia graduate, Kristen Elliott. He does our cold working, grinding, and polishing, cutting, all that stuff. Oh, thank you.
Oh, there's actually like a texture to it. I was thinking it was.
So which one is Nick? The one in the black shirt?
No, Nick's not on the floor.
Oh, I thought he was.
Nick is our technician,
Oh, okay.
so he deals with the equipment. He's also a very excellent glass blower, and he, sometimes he fills in on the floor, but his main job is dealing with all the technical stuff.
Kansas people all the way out there.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I could correct you that Emporia still.
I
we
thought
still
that
have a
they closed it after Patrick left.
that's right.
So right now in the center, Gabe is making the collar. So he's made a little ring of glass around the end of his pipe, but he's made sure that the opening is still clear so we can blow. So we use that to roll up our cane pattern. So right now, Jack in the center is heating up our pattern of canes, our pattern of stripes. That's basically what they are, stripes. This can be another tricky part of the process because we got to get the canes hot enough so they stick together, but not so hot that they stick to the ceramic plate underneath. The glory hole heats up the far end more than it heats up the end toward us. So we have to flip it so that it heats up evenly. So could we put up cane on picking up cane on a collar again? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to roll this stripe pattern up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a closed volume that we can blow with the stripe pattern. Sarah will give it a little squeeze so the rods stick together. Gabe's coming over with the collar. And we roll it up. We won't roll it quite all the way up. And we're going to bring the two sides of the pattern together manually so that it's nice, perfectly even and matches. If you came in a little later, we're making wide, shallow bowls with a fancy stripe pattern. when we roll up the cane, we've got to make sure that there are no gaps between the individual rods because we're going to blow into it and the air would leak. Now Gabe is going to squeeze the end of that tube with the jacks and close the tube up. Now we have a closed bubble that we can blow into. Does anybody have any questions? You're making some wide, shallow bowls with a fancy stripe pattern. Does anybody have any questions? You mean, well, it's pretty much like anything else, school and work. Some people learn entirely at work. Gabe, who's leading our team today, he got a job in a glass shop in his early 20s, knowing absolutely nothing about glass, and he learned entirely at work. And now this year's here, 30 years later, has become an excellent glass blower. There's about 50 art colleges across the United States that have glass in their art departments. Here in Tacoma, there's a program in the Tacoma Public Schools called the Hilltop Artist Program, where you can learn glass blowing in regular public school. Starts in middle school and goes on through high school. When we're making a lot of stuff, we just count them that way. So we know each time we make something, we put a check mark down, then we know how many we made. So we're going to let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to dip it back into our tank of molten glass and add another layer. Do you guys have any questions? 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 1150 Celsius, if you need the Celsius numbers. That's about as hot as the hottest volcano. Gabe's going to shape the glass using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. It looks like a scoop. We don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood itself to be wet. Now Gabe's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass in the furnace has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. You can see as he drips off the excess how fluid the molten glass actually is. Notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah Gilbert. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe shapes it. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, everyday ordinary newspaper. As long as we keep it wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. What? Put something in her mouth? Nope. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she's got some gum or something. There you go. I mean, I'm just thinking about my home. I try to get at least one thing from every. I'm a whiskey drinker. I try to get a whiskey glass for all of my friends. So I go to my cabinet and I look and I see all my friends. It depends on what we're making. It could last a week if we're making really big things. It could last, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks if we're making little tiny things. It is a lot of glass. Yes, the people come from one field and go to another. A lot, especially the early glass makers, your early glass blowers here in America, most of them were ceramicists before they took up with glass. I don't. It's not so much now with the younger set, but certainly in the 70s and 80s, almost all of them made ceramics before they made glass. Young people find the last one a little more theatrical, a little more exciting place, a little more sedate. Yes, yes. It's not you don't have the teams where.
That seems like a nice thing.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of friendship. People make life more. Sort of. If they weren't working in the museum, we make a lot of things that are really fancy and complicated because we think they're more interesting. If it was a specific, a commercial operation, we'd be thinking about money, making simple things that are faster and more popular. Could be a much bigger area. If they were making a factory and they want to make, 10,000 bowls. This is big for an art shop. It's small for a factory. This is probably for the art glass blowing. This is probably as deluxe a setup as you're going to see. We have a lot of guest artists work here who are not glass makers. So we get artists who are sculptors, painters, uh, poets, musicians, and so we make we make some really odd things as artists are wont to do. Uh, you wouldn't see that in a commercial operation. Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's a coveted opportunity. We have residencies. We have about 50 residencies, 30 residencies over a year. So it's 30 different artists, and they come from all over the world. Uh, and we have such a good team that people, even people who are very experienced glassblowers are anxious to work with them. Well, when we're making stuff, do we sign them? Each of these guys have their own art careers aside. This is their day job, and when we make stuff for the store, it's usually just signed Museum of Glass. It doesn't have the individual signature on it. We could show you some of Gabe's work. Could we put up some of Gabe's work up on the big screen? Gabe is the man in the center who's leading our team today, Gabe Feenan, F-E-E-N-A-N. Chris, can we put up some of Gabe's work on the big screen? So these are Gabe's sculptures. This is what he makes as his personal work, what he exhibits. And the members of our team can use the shop on the Mondays and Tuesdays when the museum is closed. And then they make their own personal artwork.
Are those top parts considered crystal, or do they have lead, or they just look?
They're all use the same glass. Crystal is a glass that's between 25 and 35% lead. We don't use crystal here. When crystal was first invented, it was the only way to get really clear, tint-free glass. Nowadays, with refined raw materials, we can make a glass that looks just as good without using any lead. Crystal, the value that's placed on crystal is mostly a retail thing. It's not a glassblower's thing. To us, it's like chocolate or vanilla. But to retail stores have made it into a big item. We had some glass engravers come to work with us from the Waterford factory in Ireland. And they said our glass looks just as good as their glass at home. Just a little tip with crystal. It's fine. It has lead in it. It's fine to drink out of it. I wouldn't worry about it if you're having wine with dinner. But I would warn you not to store stuff in it, like the crystal decanters, because if the acidic liquids sit in it for a period of time, they can actually leach lead from the glass. So drinking from it is not a problem, but if you watch like 1930s, 1940s movies where they have all the crystal decanters, I wouldn't do that anymore. We're going to add a little decorative stripe to the opening. It's called a lip wrap, Lipwrap. And just wind on a contrasting stripe of glass around the edge. The lip wrap is a very typical decoration. It's a classical Venetian style decoration. We're very influenced here by the Venetian style. Started in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest. They started teaching the young Americans how to blow glass, and so we blow glass very, very similar way to they do to Venice because we learned from Venetian masters. How did this area where we are now was kind of a light industrial, somewhat rundown area, and city fathers wanted to boost it up, so they brought some major tenants, the University of Washington in Tacoma, the History Museum, and the Glass Museum. Some of those folks, especially there was a financier, George Russell, collected glass, and so he was big on having a glass museum here. So Sarah's holding a wooden paddle across the opening. Keep it nice and straight as Gabe widens the opening. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Could we put up, picking up a cane on a bubble? Not a bubble, on a collar. So we made rods of glass with this twisted pattern in them. We laid out our pattern on a ceramic plate. We heated that up, and then we rolled that pattern into a tube and closed the end of that tube, and then we had a bubble with the stripe pattern in it. Could you pass this back to that man over there? Ma'am? So that's the rods that we used to make the pattern. Those are called cane, C-A-N-E. Thank you. Maybe you guys want to pass that around. So those are the cane, those are the rods that we use to make the patterns in the glass.
I think the last time we were here, this is what you were making.
Say what?
Last time we were here, you were making
Cane. So we're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. When we finish this bowl, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place in that big black oven on the right side of the studio. That's our annealer. It's an electric oven. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at the end of the day, we start the cooling process. The oven has a little computerized thermostat that automatically slowly turns the temperature down over to room temperature overnight. So this bowl won't be ready till tomorrow morning. So in order to get that bowl off the metal rod, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the bowl itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the pole, and it should come off. We're going to warm up that joint a little bit. It cracks off better if the glass is a little warm there. Notice that one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished bowl to our annealing oven. The gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. It's also used for bulletproof vests. Yes, the gloves, it protects it somewhat, but you can feel the heat through the gloves. They're not that insulating. When he grabs that bowl, it'll be around 1,000 degrees. The glass will be hard. And we'll put it in the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So here he goes with the water. He drips it off with his tweezers. That'll crack that joint. And just a light tap on the metal rod, and off it will come. We'll take a torch and we'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And over to the annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Jack Spitzer, and Sarah Gilbert. We fill the annealer from the back, so you have to reach in. Your face gets really warm.
Thank you for answering all of our questions.
Thanks for coming in, guys. So now Jack, squatted down in the front of the studio, is chopping up the cane. We have a little metal jig with a hardened steel edge. Oh, thank you. Now Gabe, in the center, man with a hat, is laying out our pattern of striped glass rods. We'll lay it out on that ceramic plate. We'll heat it up till it sticks together, and then we'll roll it into a tube, and we'll close the end of that tube, and we'll have a striped bubble that we can make a bowl out of. You notice that he's measuring that pattern. We want the pattern to go all the way around the collar. And so we need to know the circumference. We have a little device called the pi calipers, which give us the diameter of the collar from the length of the pattern. It's not exact, but it gives us a ballpark idea, and we can make little adjustments as we roll it up. put our stripe pattern in this silver oven called the garage, where we'll pre-warm it. So we've got to give that a few minutes to let it warm up before we continue with the process. So we're going to pick up our stripe pattern with what we call a collar. Gabe is making the collar in the center. Can we put up picking up cane on a collar? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a little diagram. We put a little ring of glass around the end of the pipe. We heat up our pattern, our stripe pattern, in the round oven, the glory hole. We heat it up till the canes are a little bit soft, give them a squeeze so they all stick together, and then we're going to use the collar that Gabe is making to roll them into a tube. We'll close the end of that tube, and then we'll have a bubble with the stripes in it. You can see Gabe measuring it. We want the circumference of that disc to be the same length as our pattern. So when we roll it up, the two sides meet. A little high school math. 2 pi r, circumference of a circle, right? We're going to roll it up into a tube. We'll bring the two sides of the pattern together manually so that they match up nicely.
Yeah, they stopped doing that. They don't do two hot shop classes anymore. They just do one.
So we're making these fancy bowls with a fancy striped pattern in them. These guys who are working the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Leading our team today is Gabe Feenan. He's the man sitting at the workbench. The man in the gray shirt and jeans is Jack Spitzer, and the woman seated to the left of the workbench is Sarah Gilbert. Could we play the pulling cane video and suppress the caption thing on it? So we'll show you how we make these canes. So we stretch it out and we twist it. And we make a big long rod that's maybe 20 or 30 feet long, and then we chop them up into these little pencil-sized sections. So we're going to transfer the bubble from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water where we want it to break. Give the pipe a tap. And off it'll come. So now the bowl is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. When we broke it off, that leaves a little hole on the top. We're going to heat that up, spread it out, make it a big hole, and it'll become a bowl. So right now they're just centering it. Make sure it's centered on that metal rod. have any questions? Bowl. Wide, shallow bowl. Right. Half hour. I mean, we're over. Probably another. Yep. Almost. Know how to start the barbecue, you guys know about the contest for kids? Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Pick one of the drawings. Make everyone. Yes. We hear from get toward the end of the day here. But people have lobby drawing material. We don't have the time. But here, grab one in before we begin. And we will drop it over. Make sure you take it today. Yeah. Okay, on. So keep in contact with me. Okay. Take it. Round oven where he's heating it up is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. We're going to open it up a little bit. We press on the inside of that opening as we spin it, and that makes the opening wider. We'll blow a little air into the front end, and that'll fill the shape out, make it rounder and fuller. Each time we heat it up in the glory hole, it only stays soft for a minute or two. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And then we have to return to the glory hole, the round furnace, and heat it up again and make it soft. As Gabe shapes the bowl, Sarah's holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. You guys have any questions?
Any questions over there? No?
You can always tell your daddy the question, he could ask.
Nothing right now?
No questions. Okay.
That's okay.
You had said that like you guys use a different glass than
In a bottle?
Yeah.
than what's in a bottle. And is it like more silica or like
The glass that would be in bottle would have more silica.
okay.
Stiffer, and it hardens very quickly, so a machine can make a couple of hundred bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly so that we can shape it by hand.
How do they get the glass off the like when they're done like the bowls?
Well, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the bowl and the metal rod.
No, I mean like the glass that's like after they take
After
the bowl off.
it pops off automatically
Oh, really? Oh,
because glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. And as the glass contracts, it tries to contract around the metal, and it cracks and it falls off.
sorry, one more.
Oh yeah.
Earlier I saw him like he alternates between like using a blowtorch on it and putting it in the kiln
Yes.
or whatever. Like what does the blowtorch do differently than the kiln does?
Okay, the blowtorch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. If we torch it and then both temperatures rise in parallel, so the part that he torched stays hotter. The body gets hotter, but it doesn't dissipate. Just both things get hotter, and the part that he torched is still hotter. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the bowl off that metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we just made this bowl and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So this bowl will finish all the blowing and shaping, but it won't be ready to use until tomorrow morning.
What is that tool made of? What is that paddle tool made of?
It's made out of some kind of fruit wood. The fruit woods are dense, and they don't have much resin, so they burn very slowly, and they don't smoke. It would be like pine or something. It would be very soft. They burn very quickly. They would stop.
Can you use metal or no?
No, we don't use metal for the paddles. We use wood for the paddles. Metal sucks the heat out of it. We use a wood tool that keeps the glass hot. It doesn't cool it as quick. So we're going to heat up the joint between the metal rod and the bowl. We're going to take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on that joint. The water will shock that joint. It'll make a little crack. And then when we tap on the pipe, the bowl will come off. So we're dripping the water. Here we go. We're dripping the water on that joint. That'll crack that joint. And just a light tap with a wooden bar. And off it comes. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. We'll melt it with that torch. And then we'll take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Jack Spitzer, and Sarah Gilbert.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, guys. What? Oh, good. You like you coming here? Come again.
But I'm gonna try to make a bowl, make a little fancy cup. I got a little soupy idea in there.
So we're going to make a drinking glass. We don't have time to make another bowl. The museum closes at 5, so we're going to make a little fancy drinking glass.
Do all of the things that they make here end up getting sold in the gift shop? Or
No, we do all sorts of different things. We do commissions for companies, corporate gifts. We have guest artists come in from all over the world. They make stuff and they take most of it home. They leave one piece for the museum collection.
Oh, cool.
We do stuff purely for demonstration.
Yeah.
We do all sorts of things. But these bowls are actually going to our gift shop.
Oh, are they really? Oh, cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Oh, you guys need us to stand up? Okay.
We're gonna sneak through. Oh, are we?
So Gabe is going to pick up a little tube with the pattern already in it. He's going to warm it up, and we'll use that to make a glass.
Oh, I mean, I like last 2 times ago, I like running there about it. I'm like, literally. That's nice. I love it.
So Sarah's seated to the left of the workbench. She's going to blow and inflate the glass as Gabe shapes it. We're going to transfer this glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Do you guys have any questions? Sure.
How do you guys make the long colored rods on the left?
The cane.
Yeah.
Okay, could we play the cane, pulling cane video? We have a little video to show you how. Kill the closed captioning. So we stretch it out. We make a rod that's maybe 30, 40 feet long. Then we rest it on the wooden ladders to cool. Then we chop it up. We lay out our stripe pattern. And we roll the bubble over it. The little rods stick to the surface. And we melt them in, and they become stripes.
Typically like a clear glass with colored glass together for the cane?
Oh, we do all sorts of things. We have hundreds of different patterns. You make them with all kind of twisted ribbons in the middle.
And it's the same idea as for the twisted ribbons. You just twist the glass before laying it out.
No, we twist the glass as we stretch it.
Oh, okay.
So
Thank you.
today, make a big thick cylinder of clear glass. We made just one single stripe on the side of the purple glass, and then attach it, and then twist it, and it ends up like that. So when this flattens out, everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Drip a little water on the joint between the drinking glass and the metal rod. We'll grab it with those grabbers. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off from the metal pipe so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So that concludes our demonstrations for today. If anybody has any, there you go. Gabe Feenans, Jack Spitzer, and Sarah Gilbert. That's our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team today.